Hello. Welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is the stream where we write Automat, a game automation app that tries to be a little bit more than game automation app. So actually, it's not even doing game automation particularly well right now, but quickly show you what it is. Automat is a collection of parts that you can drop on this canvas and connect to each other, and they can do stuff. So this is a timer. I can activate this timer. It's going to count some number of time and activate the next object. And by choosing all those objects from here, I can create machines that can do stuff on the computer. For example, this is a hotkey. I can make it react to F1. Now, whenever I press F1, you can see it activates. So when I press F1, I could start a macro. And for macros, the useful object is this one, a macro recorder. I can record the macro, for example, this macro when I move the mouse in the triangle shape. It also recorded the final click. I'm not interested in that, so I get rid of it. And I can hook it up so that now when I press F1, and also maybe I can cut this so that it activates instantly. Now when I press F1, my mouse does this motion. Fairly simple. I can do this in other apps. So when I'm here, I could, for example, start the drawing, press F1, and I'm getting this triangle shape. Right? This is something you can use in games, or not necessarily games. You can use this anywhere. Now, we are working right now on hiding some issues that Automat has. So there are some shapes here when I draw them at a very high zoom, they will cause a crash. So it will bring the whole system down. When I zoom in too closely, right now it's working because we activated our effect. So we have this effect where when I zoom in, you can see that everything breaks apart into pieces, and we can kind of fly in between them. And we can end up in this quantum realm. When I zoom out, I can kind of go back to Automat. Yeah. And the plan for today is, so during the last stream we've been writing this shader. During this stream today, we are going to make sure that this animation isn't as glitchy, because you can see that when I zoom out, there are, for example, those white sections near the edges of the screen. This is a bug. They should not be there. And when I zoom in, when I have a couple of objects on top of each other, I think then, yeah, there are some weird effects like this one here, where the background is zoomed in and zoomed in again. It shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be like that. So fix the zoom stuttering, then it would be nice to fix the kind of multiple layers. So there is that, and there is one more thing. I'm actually having second thoughts about this whole zoom effect. I think that, so if I keep zooming in, eventually we are going to see this glitch. And this glitch is actually not caused by... it's not deliberate, it's caused by the floating point accuracy. So depending where you zoom in, it's going to have different shape, for example. If I zoom in here, it's going to be very horizontal, you will see horizontal stripes. If I zoom in here, yeah, now the stripes will be vertical. This is because floating point accuracy differs. Near the origin, near the zero, this is where floating points are most accurate. I can zoom in very closely before issues start happening here. Anyway. But okay, I was having second thoughts because in the past it was possible to just, zoom infinitely, basically, and just view stuff really up close. I mean, I can still view stuff up close, but there's some limitations now. I don't like those limitations. I think it was actually okay to just let the user zoom in and zoom in. It's kind of nice. And I'm thinking that this effect, it makes you think that there is something at the end where there's actually nothing. So I'm actually thinking of adding some elastic zoom back mechanism, where when you zoom in too closely, it will eventually zoom you out. To feel some kind of resistance that kind of pulls you out of this quantum space. And maybe it would be nice to actually display warning if you are zooming in too closely, because there is this problem that when you zoom in too closely, you can actually go to the level beyond which you cannot unzoom, because the zoom is a floating point, and that floating point eventually is going to reach infinity. So once it reaches infinity, zooming out is not working anymore. It's fairly deep. I have to keep zooming, and it will turn from white to gray in a moment, I think. Yeah. And if I keep zooming in, I think now I should be at infinity. I think. You can try zooming out. Yeah. Yep. I broke it. So maybe we can also display a warning, or I think warning might be nicer than limit, because warning is treating the user more like an adult person. Okay, so this is the plan. Now, okay, I guess, how do we call this stream today? I guess zooming too closely. Zooming too closely sounds good. All right. Okay, about this effect, let me fire up Z. Here. Close this. This is our quantum realm. I think right now this is being invoked from the renderer. So when a renderer gets a kind of render job, and this is how we do it. I think there should be a better place. Actually see how the an outline here. Blah blah blah, drawables. Recording on draw. I'm looking for the place where we could have this effect. There is pack frame, there is render frame. So this is top level function that renders a frame in Automat. So there is this packing. Rendering everything, thank you. State, I don't know what's that. Ready GPU. Okay, so I guess this is where we are. I don't know. We are scheduling those recordings. Okay, and then we have this top level widget. Final widget in the frame is the root widget. And we are calling the onDraw here. We don't need those. This onDraw is rather simple. Those anchors, they're not relevant. So what we are really doing here is we are taking a texture and drawing it on on screen. Actually, it kind of makes sense to do it here. Seems like a perfect place instead of this. Yeah, this will work. you can see that most of this code is actually related to debugging, or it's totally inactive. I think it would be nice if each widget was able to say how it wants to be composited on screen. This final compositing is very sensitive. It's where all of the latency hiding happens. Okay, so let's put an enum here. Called compositor. Let's make it enum class. There will be a compositor called CRT. There will be a compositor called what are they called right now? We already have something like that. Glitch RT. Let's call them like that. All of the widgets are going to use glitch by default, except the root widget, which is going to use the quantum compositor. And depending on the compositor, we will actually pass this into widget drawable. And this is going to use a slightly different effect when compositing. Okay, there is actually so anchor warp. Connection widget. Let's find the draw. And let's put anchor warp here. Now, let's go to root widget. Quantum realm here. Yep. And now we have to plumb this through to the renderer. So, widget drawable needs to have a field like that. If I remember correctly, widget drawables are something that lives... So Automat has a client-server rendering architecture. There is a server which generates the drawing commands, and there are clients which are windows. They connect to the server and they ask for drawing commands. And we have a fairly elaborate frame packing, updating algorithm. That's what makes it kind of run with so smoothly and still be multi-threaded. I think those compositors should be part of the update state. Yeah, this is clearly part of this update. So let's go here. Let's copy the compositor. And so within pack frame, we need to, when we are generating those updates, this is where we need to fill this in. Let's go. Okay, that's it. I like this new flow because it actually simplifies the onDraw function.
Asnan 189,072 says,
Hello!
Hey. Stuff should just still work. I just added a new boolean, not boolean, a new enum and plumbed it through the pipeline.
I'm starting to identify with the TTS voice at this point.
Yeah.
I sound very different, though.
If you want, you can send me a sample and I can add custom voice to the TTS. I just need like 30 seconds of wave file with voice, no music, just speaking anything. It's very easy to copy somebody's voice. This is debugging, right? It's purely debugging. Yep. Comment is appropriate here. Drawing surface size anchor count. Okay, this is going to be changed. Let's do else if.
I've been enjoying programming on TTS-ed default text editor on macOS.
Is it like notepad level? Or how does it look? Oh, this is a rich text editor. This is like programming in Word. So what happens if you bold some text and use a bold text for a variable name?
Oh, I'd disable rich text editing and enable monospace.
It would be kind of interesting to have like programming with rich text. You could like, highlight stuff in comments.
It's like programming like Notepad on Windows, without the newly added AI. But real developers program on Google Docs?
Oh yeah. This is actually how you program when you do a coding interview for Google. They actually moved away from this, but it used to be the case that you would get a Google Doc and you would have to write a program in a Google Doc. So you may laugh, but this is how the interview looked like. Okay, in this, go away. Effect.
Although, how would you handle code indentation and the like?
Like in the old days, before auto-formatters, you would literally spend like 20% of your time just aligning code. And that was actually one of the criteria. So your code should be readable. Actually, you would use Google Docs for remote interviews, for interviews in person, when there was another person next to you. You would literally get a pen and you would write code on a piece of paper. Yeah.
Making coffee. Bird babes, wire me.
Let me move this. I'm really happy with this compositors idea. Yeah, it's so nice. It allows me to finally kind of clean up the... Each widget, when it wants to be composited on screen, there are some very different kind of last minute decisions that need to be made. Like the warping for connections. If I rendered connections and they moved in, the anchor points changed. When I'm compositing the old texture, I need to know the new positions of the anchor points. That's important. When I am compositing the widgets, which are, for example, moved, and the new part appeared, there is just one anchor point, just the position of the widget. But I need to kill the missing part of the texture somehow. So this is where the glitch shader comes in. And when we are zooming, which is only relevant for the machine, this is when quantum realm comes in. So yeah, this is kind of cool. I think it should not be done at the root widget actually. I will remove this. The root widget should have even different compositor. Yeah, let's add a new one. Let's call it basic. Root widget is going to have this basic compositor. I will add it here. We don't want any runtime effects here. No time, sampling, nothing like that. Need to pass canvas. It's 0, 0. And that's it. There's no need for any save and restore as well. Quite likely I just broke the rendering, but we will see how it works. Yeah, basic renderer, it's possible it does something funny. Yeah, it does something funny. It's probably because of the matrix. Hmm. Hmm.
is used for static functions of a class?
Yep. But you can also use dot. Dot will also work. And even arrow will work. It's like static functions also behave like instance functions, like member functions. This works nicely. I mean, yeah, it's fine, it's fine.
Instance members of the class itself.
I mean, to invoke static functions, you can use both approaches. You can use double colons, like that. Colon, make something, something. Or I can use... Or maybe not. Okay, sorry, apparently I was wrong. I thought that was possible. Sorry, no, it was from rect. Yeah, you can use dot. It should be fine. Yeah. Okay, if I remove this compositor override, it should work again, I hope. Yeah, now it works.
Have you programmed in other models than object-oriented programming? I wonder how this would look like in a functional language.
Yeah. Functional languages are nice if you're processing data. They're less nice if you are working with a mutable system. To program in a functional language, you need to define kind of like points, events where things happen, and you transform input data to some of next input data, for example, the game state on the next frame. It works nicely for games. It could work nicely in a multi-threaded environment, but it's, I would say, slightly harder to pull off. I'm going to bring this back. I'm going to slowly start changing this. Okay, it works. Nice. Let's disable this. Still works.
OOP is quite intuitive for many problems, functional for some others. But I guess we learned OOP because it's possible to write functional programs as OOP. But not the other way around.
Yeah, the OOP is slightly overloaded. There are a couple styles of OOP. There was a style in the 90s which was very rigid, which is associated with corporate software, where people like to complicate stuff a little bit too much. I like the wide definition of object-oriented programming, which assumes that the point of objects is to kind of map concepts in your head to components in the programming system so that the programmer can kind of build a program out of pieces, like from Lego bricks. And in this view, OOP is not very dogmatic. You don't really need to have very strong encapsulation. You don't really need to have all those like Liskov substitution principles, single responsibility, all of those. You don't need to encapsulate, you don't need to model classes as hierarchies. In this loose version, OOP is just about decomposing your program into meaningful parts, modules or just pieces that you can combine together into something that works. I like this definition because it matches how I kind of like to program, but I know it's not how most people understand OOP.
That's the model I have in my head, too. Go does this perfectly. I find things like inheritance, etc., unnecessary for modeling problems.
Yeah. For me, inheritance is mostly about convenience. If I have a bunch of functions that I want to be available somewhere, then inheritance is just a convenient way to make them available, because I can inherit from some base and then I get access to those functions. In Go, you don't have the same constraints as in C++, but interfaces. Go has totally different solution for this. In Go, you can implement interfaces by just implementing them. In C++, to implement an interface, you have to inherit from a base class that defines the interface. So it's more explicit. And yeah, so you kind of need inheritance to have interfaces in C++.
But it gets too nested sometimes.
Yeah.
I think Rust 2 requires explicit implementations of interfaces.
Yeah. Rust has some improvements over C++, because you don't have to implement the interface in the class definition. You can implement the interface separately, but you still have to be explicit. This feature of Go, where you can implement interfaces almost accidentally, if you just implement the right functions, the interface is satisfied. It's actually kind of cool. It's nice. It's especially nice because you don't really need to be aware of the interface to implement it. You don't need even the definition of the interface to implement the interface. And this is what makes the Go approach unique.
I'm someday going to create my own language to model how I think about things. It's going to be un-Java-like, and corporations would be scared to use it.
Yeah, it better be unsafe. Because corporations, they definitely love safety. Rust, for instance. I think Rust is going to be the go-to language for government and high security programming. because it's just hard to introduce. There is just a couple classes of errors which are impossible in Rust.
Joke's on them because the compiler has a backdoor lull. Safer code with a backdoor won't. Just kidding.
Okay, I want to log some stuff. Okay, so this is just the size of the window. Looks perfect. Okay, so when we are drawing this, the matrix is totally crazy. It has just a very high zoom. So this is mapping from pixels to metric window coordinates, let's call them.
Win him by mapping from pixels to matrix.
So when I render stuff here, I try not to use pixels as units, so that, because it's a big problem in user interfaces that different displays have different densities. So the objects here, all those objects, they are not aware how large a pixel is. When they are rendering their image, they only know, actually I give them pixel information, but they don't really care about this. They render itself in metric space. So this is 1 centimeter, so this grid here. And you can see smaller dots every 1 millimeter. But when I want to convert from this space, and this is in meters, so this point here is 0, 0, and this point here is half, half. So when I zoom in or move camera, I need to translate from this space with meters into on-screen pixels. And this requires this scaling. So this is the matrix that is being used to scale the metric canvas into on-screen pixels. I'm not sure if I explained this properly, probably not.
I wish desktop environment developers cared about pixel density. When I was on Linux, hippie support was very bad. I think
Yeah.
I understand as I have a background in this.
The issue is it goes very deep with high DPI support. Almost all of the apps were written with the assumption that they know they're rendering themselves to a bitmap, and as the size of pixels throughout history has changed. Which is actually even different aspect of this, and it's that different screens, when you look at them from different distances. If you have a smartwatch, you're probably looking at it from, like, I don't know, rather short distance. If you have a phone, you usually keep it slightly further away from your face. If you're looking at screen, it's even further away. And when you're looking at a TV, which is on the other end of the room, the distance is even larger. So the angular distance of pixels between different form factors of devices also changes. And if the user interface is meant to be used across different form factors of devices, it also needs to account for the distance between user size and screen. So the fonts, for instance. If the font is supposed to be legible, you have to, on a TV display, make it really large, and the size of the pixels doesn't matter there. But the TV is going to be sharp, basically always, because it's so far away from you. And for those, you need to scale the text up a lot. So this is another frontier in user interfaces which haven't really been tackled yet, where the user interfaces of widgets should probably account for the distance between user size and screen.
Nice. I didn't consider distance to screen. Was this what kept D and G toolkit developers away from hippie support?
No. The difficulties for high DPI, they come from just apps not being aware that stuff that looks nice when it's rendered pixel perfect is unreadable on larger displays. It's just legacy apps mostly. There are also some issues when you have screens with multiple densities, where the app has to render parts of the screen at different resolution. For example, when it's crossing the screen boundary. It's another issue. But hopefully, in Automat, this actually should be taken care of, because the widgets, they have a completely separated animation and rendering phases. So the logic is density, it doesn't care about pixel density. And then I can render different pieces of the screen at different resolutions. I can even record drawing commands once and then replay them multiple times at different scales. It's much easier when you are working, trying to solve this problem from scratch.
Cool. I was watching Anthony Wright's code yesterday. He's another streamer.
Mm-hmm.
He has a minimal text editor set up that is calming to watch. He was programming advent of code problems in SQL school.
Nice, nice. Yeah, I really like large code on screen. I just cannot do it myself. Um,
In CUL, that's right. Turns out it is Turing complete.
nice. Yeah, that's a nice idea. Maybe I need to put minus here. I don't know. I can get rid of this draw and restore. Should still work. Yeah, I looked at one advent of code. And you can see what's on the plate today. There is another advent. It's not advent of code. There is the advent of compilers or something like this. Yeah, advent of compiler optimizations. It has a bunch of tricks that compilers use to optimize stuff. It just started, so it's covering the basics now. But this one is actually a cool one. How to do division very fast. I actually thought it was much more complicated, but turns out this trick is actually very simple. You just multiply something by a large constant, fixed point constant. Okay, was it working? I didn't notice. Yeah, it's still working. Still working, but maybe there is a clip here.
Nice! I'm taking a graduate computer architecture course this semester. And it's interesting how a lot of the optimizations like instruction pipelining, branch prediction, etc. are hardware-based to.
Yeah.
The compiler devs never see any of it. It's such a clean interface.
They do have to think about this though. So when a compiler makes a decision between different versions of how to emit some code, it needs to kind of know how your target CPU, how many cycles different variants will take. For this, there's actually a model within LLVM that it's using something called ports to model how CPU will execute a program in parallel.
Computers are awesome. Humans, too.
Yeah, that's how it was to be.
I tried installing the original 6 yesterday. I underestimated how bare bones it is. I'm going to stick to TTS-ed.
Yeah. There is a difference between Vi and Vim. So there is...
It doesn't even have visual mode. I tried Nano as well, but new code is terrible.
having difficulty drawing a simple texture on screen. Something wrong with the canvas setup. Matrix looks good. Clip looks good. Surface draw, not quite.
Right, Skia. I forgot.
Yeah. This is going to be a nice change. It's going to remove one shader invocation from the rendering pipeline. Instead of invoking a shader, I will just copy texture to screen.
Browsers are awesome. Cross-platform.
Yeah. And now browsers have the web GPU, so maybe it's possible to do similar stuff that Automat is doing with web GPU. So the thing is that rendering, when you are rendering stuff, each rendering job takes some time on the GPU, and if you assume that if the GPU is fast enough, you can render everything in a frame. It's super nice. But when some widgets are too slow to render, they cause the whole UI to start lagging. And like one of the key features of this whole rendering pipeline that there is here is that a single slow widget is never going to take the whole rendering. It's never going to make the rendering slower. If a single widget is too slow to render, it's going to render every other frame, or every 3 frames, or every 5 frames. Just the one slow widget is going to render at a lower FPS, and the rest of the interface is still going to be fast. That's the whole point of this elaborate GPU scheduling system here. And the web GPU, I hear it's similar to Vulkan, so theoretically it should allow the same type of asynchronous GPU scheduling.
Are you referring to the browser event loop?
No. I mean that there is this API called Vulkan, and what Vulkan does is it allows you to create your So when you are asking the GPU to do some work, normally you would just send commands to draw something. In Vulkan, instead of sending commands, you build a graph. So you tell the GPU to execute a piece of commands, and then when it's done, to execute another piece of commands. And then you submit this work, and then you can influence how the GPU executes it. You can cancel pieces of code, you can measure how long they take. And when Automat has a complex interface with many kind of widgets around, each of them is rendered as a different kind of texture, and then those textures are composited together. And because I have a very fine control over what's happening on the GPU and how long it takes, I can make sure that single slow widget doesn't hang the whole interface. With Web GPU, the same should be possible on the web. So theoretically, it should be possible now to have a nice, like a decent renderer in JavaScript.
What about computers with a GPU? Would rendering be done on a different thread to avoid blocking the main thread? Without...
Yeah, definitely. In JavaScript, they are not called threads, they are called workers, I think. But they are slightly less capable as threads, but in principle, they are the same thing. A web worker, or sorry, not web worker. Or maybe web worker. This JavaScript thread is like a regular thread. It's just... It can also schedule stuff to Web GPU.
Okay, I'm going to become a web software engineer.
Yeah, this is definitely a valid path forward. I'm just not sure if the API is super complete right now. Because even Vulkan doesn't support still all of the basic features, like measuring the time, for instance. It differs between GPU manufacturers. You have to use manufacturer-specific APIs for many things. But there are not that many manufacturers, and there are usually ways to make it work. This will be a black screen now, I guess, right? Yeah, it's a black screen. I can try putting different positions. Maybe this will change something. Maybe I can scale, translate screen a little bit.
Someone wrote terminal as an Electron app, lol. One prominent engineer got offended and wrote a whole blog post about it.
Nice idea.
Are you aware of the Ladybird project? New browser from scratch Automat.
Yeah. I don't know the details. Does it have any unorthodox features, or is it a browser like just vanilla browser?
It's just a regular browser. I use Firefox. Brr, baby.
Where is he? I need this. Oh, sweet. It works. Okay, I should be able to remove almost all this code. Oh, actually no, I need to reset the matrix. Ooh. Instead of basic, let's call this Bli. Yeah. Or maybe no, this is a less known term. I like this change because now the top level object is doing much less work. It's just copying the surface. There is no shader being called. Next is glitch.
I'm so excited for the future. So many possibilities.
Yeah. Over the weekend, I was playing with new AI models. So there is plenty of coding AIs, but the good ones, actually there is just one good one, and this is the Anthropic one, the Cloud Code. And they released a new model called Opus, and it's nice. They actually improved the previous one, Sonnet, so it makes even less errors now. It's not very creative. It still tends to make mess. It tends to implement features you didn't ask for, but it's much more stable now, much more solid.
Do you think VFR will gain hold as a new platform like the web?
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of time. You know, the tech companies, they are racing. It's basically a race right now who makes the best consumer VR device right now. Oculus Quest is nice, and they are trying with VR glasses. Yeah, and they will work. This is just a matter of figuring out the details. Solving the latency problem of, rendering on a light white display. I guess phone could do the rendering. If it just can stream in real time to the glasses, then yeah, we can have head-mounted augmented reality displays. And the office is going to change. Like, we will not need any monitors. Instead, we will just have glasses. That's going to be nice.
But I guess cognition and thinking still remains the same, so I don't have to worry since I'd be able to apply my cognition on a new platform.
Yeah. I can say it's just a display, but really VR opens so many new possibilities of interacting when you don't need mouse. And I mean, we probably still use mouse and keyboard for the time being, but it opens this possibility of dynamic land-like interaction where you can use everyday objects to work in VR.
The unlimited monitors thing is really crazy.
Yeah.
Bank is going to soon meta.
So if you know dynamic land, there is this small, let's say, enterprise in US that tries to create sort of like a computer of the future, which is going to be, they call it a humane dynamic medium. It's supposed to be a different way of interacting with computers. They are using projectors and cameras to do shape recognition right now. And yeah, I think something like this is going to be viable in the future.
Agentic OS low. Since UIs seem to be too complicated for many users, they can just tell the AI what they want done. But this would require a really good AI.
Yeah. It would be nice if the software wasn't so black boxy, if it was possible for just a normal person to look inside and tweak those AI generated apps. I think it's much nicer than explaining verbosely exactly what you want.
The more I see AI, the more I think we need good human programmers.
Okay, and this is still having this quantum effect, but I'm going to disable this now and move it over the on draw. So this is glitch, I think.
Can we use something else other than the concentric circles at the end?
There is something else at the end. It's... Oh, actually, yes, I have a plan. I have a cool plan what happens at the end. So there is this point where when you zoom in and zoom in, eventually the float is going to run out of values and it's going to approach infinity. Okay. I don't know why this is not working anymore. They broke something just now? Oh yeah. The canvas is not being rendered at all. When we are going to be very, very close, I have a plan to draw a warning. So I'm looking to find a font, like a nice geometric constructivist font that's going to be rendered at a 45-degree angle, and it's going to display a warning, and this warning is going to scroll through the screen. But only when you zoom in too closely. Beyond this maximum zoom. Maybe I can find this. It's crazy that I cannot find this online. Yeah. So there was this artist, and he was making this kind of art. And this is the type of warning I want to use. And it creates really cool effect if you scroll the text in both directions.
I write my resume in Markdown. Is that a problem for ass software?
Markdown is never a problem for software. Software loves Markdown.
Export to PDF, though.
Oh yeah. So this is the artist, and he was making this kind of art on everything. He was putting this on ties, on clothes, on books. Yeah, and it's an amazing effect. Okay, I need another else if branch. Compositor quantum realm. Okay, I am going to do the same thing as in glitch. I'm going to just copy it over for now. And I will see if we have any anchor points. Okay, I need a short break, so be right back.
I have a programming language idea. I relate more to switch case, so in my language there's going to be no if-else if branches, but instead switches with different expression case values. If else is okay, but if else is not. But if else is not. bar be?
Okay, and I am back. I see some programming language idea.
Back called.
I see what you wrote. It sounds like kind of select or like pattern matching. I feel like a lot of those programming language ideas, they could be, I think they are great examples of things that you could do with AI, because with a couple of examples, I think AI is the perfect tool to iterate and just implement all of the boilerplate.
Yeah, but not on a single expression. Each case has its own condition.
Yeah. It also reminds me a little bit of state machines, because state machines have kind of conditions that you use to transition elsewhere. To have a state, you usually have arrows coming out of the state. On each arrow, you have a condition written. This is a graphical way to represent it. Okay, do we have quantum realm? Yes, it works. Cool. I want to see if these are so strange. Anyway. Okay, I have this recorder thread. It's actually what we are going to change now. Okay, it just stops rendering at some zoom level. That's good, that's good. I really want is to limit this scale.
Are you also interested in AI research?
Yeah. I'm not reading all the papers as they come in. I have one on my reading list. There was apparently some new architecture recently. It sounds a little bit like capsules. This is another architecture proposed by, I think, Schmidt-Huber, the author of LSTMs. Yeah, because in LSTMs you also have memory. In LSTMs you have memory within the neurons, kind of. In capsules, kind of also. You have something like I actually haven't read the details. I don't know exactly how it works. But it looks cool, and from abstract, it sounds like they are not really using backpropagation to train it. And this is the key thing, because real neurons, they do not use backpropagation. So I think any learning approach that doesn't rely on backpropagation and training data, labeled training data, is promising. Yeah, I will have to read through this. And it's fairly fresh. It's from 4 days ago.
Nice. I'm still training my cognition to get to the point where I'm able to read technical papers well enough. I'll get there soon.
There is a lot of technical mumbo-jumbo in papers. The people who write them, sometimes when they write about things that seem simple, they try to decorate it with math. And those decorations, it's just a kind of bad tradition in this field. Sometimes I kind of like those summaries. You can ask AI to summarize a paper, because a lot of them are way easier. Sometimes the people who are searching for new methods, they find a new method, but they stumble upon this accidentally, and then they try to add a theory to it. And the theory, when you read it, it's obvious to you, but it doesn't have any sense. This is not how they found it, but they add some kind of nice formulas to argue how it works. Yeah. A lot of this can be ignored when you read the papers. In the case of neural networks, people loved to, when they came up with a fancy architecture, people loved to come up with the derivative formulas, like explicit formulas for the derivatives. And this is completely pointless. You never need it. You always can use automatic derivation for training neural networks. But that was the only opportunity for somebody to insert some fancy math into their paper.
I wonder how much collaboration there is between cognitive scientists and AI researchers. I remember reading that we still don't know how consciousness emerges. Not that consciousness is needed for intelligence, but it seems like something worth looking into.
Yeah.
Nixifidev says,
I hate reading papers directly. Always a ton of stuff that makes little to no sense.
Yeah. It's stupid, but one good sign for a good paper is nice pictures. If the paper has nice, colorful pictures, when somebody has a simple idea and tries to make it sound complicated, they will use a lot of math formulas to obfuscate it. But if somebody has found something which is actually complex and they try to explain it to you in the simplest possible way, they will probably go to pictures. They will probably have diagrams in the explanation. So if you see stuff like that, stuff like this is a good sign. This is a good signal that the paper probably actually has some interesting content in it. If instead you would find a huge formula like with 3 lines and numbered kind of formulas, then this is a sign that it's probably somebody who's trying to hide something.
Asnan 189, 772 says,
Terence Tao is offended.
No, math is a different branch.
Another good sign is to pick good publication venues. OSDI and NSDI have good systems papers.
Oh yeah, new sneaks. Yeah. Can agree. There are some fields in programming. The same actually applies to programming. There are some areas within programming which are so simple that the programmers are so bored they try to complicate the solutions. Usually in the world of business, and to a large degree in web development. Web development tends to be overcomplicated just because people are bored and obvious solutions, they don't seem like mentally stimulating enough.
Nixify Dev says,
The more abstractions, the more bored the devs are.
Yeah, but when you make for example, a homepage, right, or some website, homepage needs to have some text, a couple of buttons, and yeah, it's pretty much a static thing. So you can write this in HTML and CSS with maybe a little bit of JavaScript to, animate, to add some kind of nice effect. But it's too boring, so why would you just use HTML and JavaScript? It's much funnier to deploy some framework and to try some new technology. So this area is, I think, mostly filled with pointless abstractions. And there are some areas where this just does not happen because the core problem is just too hard. Actually, that was my point. Operating systems and game development. Those are the two areas where you are making a game, your game is a mess, and if you introduce a framework there to complicate things even more, you will just kill the game. So the only way is to seek the simplest solutions, and papers related to game development, because of this, I think are most interesting. They don't complicate stuff for the sake of creating some cool, fancy, complex frameworks. They are actually trying to solve problem in the simplest possible way. The same goes for operating systems.
In World of Warcraft emulation, the emulators have an insane level of abstraction depth. Most of the time, the devs either try to solve the problem at their current depth, hence often another level is added, or they just really want to add something new. But they don't have the experience required to solve the problem at the root, so another level is added. It is truly a mess.
Yeah. Okay, maybe there is this one. Yeah, this one situation. Yeah, game developers, I guess they can also complicate their lives. But when you look at, the papers, the stuff that's published, I think when it comes to game development, it's much more interesting than the web-related kind of libraries.
Asnin 189,072 says,
Real game devs use Gamma Maker. And Chad game devs use Unity.
Yeah, Unity is in a funny position. It's still like one of the best frameworks.
Nixifidev says,
Spent all morning replacing a rewritten system. Now I have the boring debugging to fix the final issues, and I am procrastinating hard dead.
Asnin 189,072 says,
Nixify dev in which domain? Game dev.
Nixifidev says,
As 989,772. Indeed, a custom engine. I love this TTS ha ha ha.
Yeah, it's sweet. And it has custom voices.
Asnin 189,772 says,
Nixify dev nice. Cool stuff.
Here I kind of want to lock this scale to 5, but this is going to create a lot of issues.
Can you add my custom voice from one of my YouTube videos?
Yeah, send me a link to a WAV file. So that's what I need. About 30 seconds. Like 20-30 seconds. Voice only. Avoid. And I think that should be good enough. There is also some, I think, some frequency requirement. Let's check this one. Oh yeah, and those parameters.
Awesome. Let me use DELP.
Nixifidev says,
Asning 9,772. The system in question is called Meta-Geni. It takes definition files now in Lua and generates C-struct synonyms that are mainly used across client-server boundaries.
Yeah, And this approach is super common for C++. It's like compiling to C++. This happens so often. Unreal Engine does this. A lot of AAA engines do this. I mean, a lot. I know of one that does this a lot anyway. C++ is not particularly expressive, so this sort of code generation is very nice to have.
Previously, I had repurposed an old compiler I had written to do it. But then I had to run the build system to compile the compiler to generate the extra files to run the build system again. Now it runs DirectWorks. No more quirks. Thank God. So, what are you working on today?
So we had this zoom effect, and there were some issues with this zoom effect. It was slightly glitchy. When I was zooming in or out, it was scaling the texture when it didn't need to, and I actually managed to simplify the code a little bit now. So now those widgets within Automat, when they render themselves, the rendering system is actually super, maybe not complex, but it has quite a few features to make it run smoothly. So when a widget renders itself, when it's slow to render, it may not render itself in time for the next frame. So there is something in the rendering engine here called compositors, and they can take the old texture and they can deform it to the new position. So even if the widget is unable to render itself fast enough, it can still be kind of moved on screen at a very high refresh rate, so you don't really see that it's slow. The cables are an example of that. The cables are actually kind of slow to render, but there are some texture anchors which are used to deform the cable texture. Maybe right now it's not very visible. Okay, we need to figure out how to limit this scale.
That is an interesting feature. I'm guessing the widgets render themselves independent of the main frame being produced, hence the need for something to smooth it out.
Yes, yeah. This is all This is a feature of Vulkan. On Vulkan, you can, you can arrange your rendering as a graph where you have those command lists that are executed on the GPU, and once a command list finishes execution, it signals a semaphore, and it can invoke another command list to be executed. Yeah, so it's structured like a graph. So the GPU actually renders each widget independently, and they are aggregated into the final frame. And this is happening in a way that accounts for time. So if the base widgets, if they are not ready at the time where the final frame has to be produced, the rendering switches to the old texture. And the old texture is composited. So a single slow widget doesn't break the rendering. It's supposed to always render at 60 FPS. So not quite, there are still some bugs to iron out, but that's the idea.
That is pretty neat.
Yeah, games rarely do this. I think in games you typically just try to fit in this 16 millisecond time limit. And the advantage here is that I don't really need to care anymore. I can have very slow widgets. They will just render at lower FPS. But only single widget will render at lower FPS. The rest of the system is still going to run smoothly. And I can actually trigger this. I just need... Maybe I know how to do it, actually. I can just do this. Yes, thank you. I said the connections are very slow.
We do a lot of optimization. Right now, on decent hardware, we're doing on-EMS frames. This kind of technique is not common in game dev, but it makes sense if you decouple every individual widget from the frame being produced.
So if you look at this, you will see that the connections, not all of them, but some of them, okay, it's still a little bit fast. I was optimizing stuff, so maybe the issue is not here anymore.
As 989,072 says.
Mixify dev, why does Lua seem so prevalent in game dev?
Okay, I cannot seem to trigger this. Actually, no, it happens. You can see that the connections, sometimes they render at a lower frame rate. But only some of them. Oh yeah, now there was a glitch.
You go brr.
We show B-top. Always on top. Grab this.
Nixifidev says.
As 989,072, there is probably no single answer. But from my experience, it comes down to scripting and potentially build system. Lua is easy to integrate and allows to have a difference between engineers and gameplay programmers on a level where you don't need to hire engineers to be gameplay programmers. Then there are people like me who really dislike make, and find Premake to offer a more intuitive approach to it, since it runs on Lua.
I want to see if this is the same matrix.
That last part is definitely because I don't want to sit down and learn Cake when I just want to code on the project. Just to clarify, Cake can be powerful, but Premake just gives me that programmer experience, which makes it much easier to approach without needing to learn anything. An Uchiha bird.
Yeah. Okay. Problem is that this matrix seems to be hard-coded in the picture. I cannot limit zoom there. Okay, I will just not limit this one. That's fine. Okay. And this code here, I should take it and put it not here, here. This is actually a better way I was doing. Windows to uniforms. Let's use default. Sure, it's not going to work now. Yep. It's just black. Let's call this GLSL. I have more uniforms, like eye resolution here. Oh, and this should be eye background. This should really throw some errors. Oh, it's working. Or not. Okay, it's not. It's nothing here. I need to, so this is my least disliked part. I need to think through the coordinate systems. Make sure everything is plugged in correctly. There really should be something in the, I don't know, type system to verify this.
Added basic nav mesh recently using recast navigation. I hate when things use and require a different coordinate system, dead jaunt war.
Yes. It's funny that we call those things types, and in physics, like when you do any sort of physics math, you have units. So checking units is the easiest way to check if you made any mistakes. But somehow the type systems used in programming, they cannot check units. The units are too hard for programming type systems. So if you have something in pixels or something in like meters squared, you really need to work hard to create a type system that can recognize this. I mean, it's not impossible, you can do it, but programming systems by default don't provide units. Or sensible units that can be combined.
The compiler dev. Hey, I'll add that later. It was never added.
I think it should be something like the aliasing analysis from Rust. So in Rust you can annotate, variables with ownership. I think in a similar way you should be able to annotate variables with units, so that at compile time the compiler could check units. And especially the matrices that convert from some coordinate space to another coordinate space, and which can be inverted, they should be solved somehow. This is honestly where I spent most of the time, just verifying those, like fixing those bugs. Routinely, like pretty much every other week, I have a stream where I spend half a day working out the wrong matrix multiplied somewhere. Okay.
A classic.
I see that this shader works in pixels. Clearly, it likes pixels. And I have background, which I can evaluate some coordinate. Yeah, I multiply with zoom here. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. I think this could be the source of problem. Maybe when I'm using this child thingy here, And the nib map sampling? Anyway, I will try to pass some matrix here. Maybe let's try this matrix, surface transform. I just do this. When I look around, I can see that I am using this surface, it's just super zoomed in. We'll get rid of this and try to divide in the shader. To debug this somehow. That's the best way of debugging shaders, just outputting variables to screen until we figure out what's happening. Okay, so I can see we are clearly not working in the pixel space here. We are working in the It's like world space. Okay, okay. I think we can work with this. I think this surface transform is actually a nice thing to have.
As 989,072 says,
Does JavaScript as a language make coherent design sense?
Yeah, it's fine. It has a lot of addition that made it a little bit that are kind of pulling it in different directions, but I think it's very nice if a language supports multiple paradigms. It's flexible. Purity of language, I think, is just not practical. If you want to have something that's fast and convenient, you need to switch between different paradigms.
Says the C to B.
I'm just not super dogmatic about any, specific programming style. JavaScript has a lot of cool stuff. There was this period where they call this fluent APIs. Where you would chain functions like that. It's very convenient in JavaScript.
Be safe if you ever go to a Haskell conference.
JavaScript also has these properties thingy. It has some inheritance, which is a mix between class-based and prototype-based inheritance. You can pick your favorite one.
I wrote a note-taking app using classes in JS. It was super fun.
Yeah.
I represented each note as an object and implemented encryption methods on the object.
It was an encrypted note-taking. Interesting. You don't see that very often. Oops. Should be like that. No. Let's call this local call.
It was back when I was super into privacy. Now, all I do is keep things local and use text files for everything.
I'm getting here right now is sort of UV. Accounts for zoom. Not quite pixels. Just because we don't have the px variable. It's wrong, but temporarily.
Nixify Dev says,
I somehow broke part of my network layer. Nice. You're peeling out my hair.
Good luck. Same thing happens for me from time to time. I have some custom software on my router that sometimes just goes down. Luckily, it doesn't happen while I'm streaming. Yeah. Outside of streaming, it's so frequent.
Asnan 189,072 says,
How is that possible? You don't implement IP yourself.
So there is this project. I'm using this on my router. It's a dashboard for Linux-based routers that just shows you a list of devices on the local network and the traffic. However, I am afraid to show this on stream because when I open the web page, it can actually crash the software. It will restart, but the stream will go down. The best I can do is actually this. This is how it looks. You have real-time graphs that show you traffic usage, and you have a list of all the devices with their MAC addresses. And it has some very uncommon features.
I hope the MAC addresses are randomized.
Some of them are, some of them are not. It's not a big deal. MAC address is like... It's not that secret, really. And that's no status. Weird. Okay, it seems like we are not using anchors here.
I've been using Codeberg as my code hosting platform. Is it unreliable to do so? GitHub is backed by a company.
I don't know Codeberg at all. You know, all of them will eventually they will try to ask for money. I mean, okay, maybe GitHub will not, because now it's part of Microsoft and they are training AI with the public code, so there is that. It's like paying for free online storage with your code, literally.
It's the hosting platform that Zig moved with public code, even private code.
I don't know about private code. I think they have some probably special deal for private code. Maybe they don't train on private. Yeah, but this is the case with all companies. They grow, they hire employees, they need to pay those employees, and they need to take money from somewhere.
GitHub got into trouble for training on companies' private repositories.
Incredible. Yeah. They did that.
My brother thinks that this is okay for the sake of progress. I disagree.
When I have code on GitHub, I actually kind of like that they train on my code, because then the AI is going to produce more of the stuff that I want. You know, when it sees that it's in my code base, it will probably figure out that, like, my coding style, how I like to organize stuff. So I don't think it's necessarily, I mean, for me it's not bad. For somebody else it could be.
Automat is open source, so it's okay.
Not all of open source projects are cool with that. I saw some pushback from some people online.
I hope they don't train on new code.
Yeah, this training on code, it reveals the fuzzy edges of the licenses. And the licenses, you know, it's really hard to say whether the license applies for a lossy copy of the code, because the model can memorize the code. It's just it's a lossy compression.
The world will crash if they do.
I don't think so. I actually think it's in this area I am accelerationist. I think the sooner the software licenses, software patents, and copyright in general, the sooner all of this goes away, the better it is going to be for everybody. There are probably better ways of better economic models for art than selling copies. Okay, I think I can just comment this out and it should work.
Adobe is offended.
It may look bad, but this is actually what I wanted to see. This screen shows that we have origin at top left. This is this thin red line. It shows that the y coordinate is 0 here, or half. And we have a very thin green line here. It's perfect. I mean, almost perfect. There is still the moving issue. It should be solvable. Look at that.
Cool.
It's definitely here, it's just zoom level is slightly broken. I actually wonder, why do I use UV here? Don't I need to invert this UV? Yeah, I don't know what's the point of going through surf. Maybe there is, I don't know. Anyway, I can draw stuff on screen, so that works. That's nice.
CF2DU.
Definitely forget about this.
Nixify is probably still pulling out his hair.
I mean, it's not like I'm finished. There is still some glitch when I zoom in or out, and I kind of don't understand the code.
Nixify Dev says.
I am Sag.
I think problem is I am drawing stuff 64 pixels away from its origin, because I'm doing this. Okay. Anchors. We do not have anchors. I will remove this.
Asnin 189, 71072 says,
What exactly does a ring light do for streaming?
Oh, I'm not using ring light anymore. It's something that you can put around the camera to avoid reflections. If you have a light on one side of the camera, it will just cause reflections in everything. Something like this. This is a fancy one. Yeah, you can see when somebody's using ring light because in their eyes you can sometimes see the reflection of it. This is not a ring light, for instance. This is just a point light. Because there is a point in the iris.
Nice.
It doesn't cast shadows. Yes, this is what it does. The surface is more like evenly lit of whatever it is shining on. I am going to draw this differently. Okay. Canvas is saved. It is saved. Cool. Going to reset matrix. Yep. Then this is going to be px. And apparently this is something that I can use to convert from so strange. So before I on draw, I am doing this local to parent.
Nixify Dev says,
Banger song, honestly.
Oh yeah. Why is it crashing? Probably because I've reset the matrix, it was crashing. No. Ah. Oh yeah, there's no local chord here. Okay. This way of drawing, it has this problem that when I'm dragging, it's actually using the latency hiding mechanism. It's showing the old transform. The track gets, this music track gets kind of dark.
As989,072 says,
I have to do some administrative tasks that I have no momentum on.
Nixify Dev says,
I was just thinking the same, Ruffle.
Yeah. I still like it. I still like it.
As 980,
This is part of the charm, really.
cast blink as no momentum needed. Yeah, it really is.
As989,072 says,
Nixify Dev. If only cognition worked that way.
Okay, very weird stuff. Canvas matrix. It's empty.
Nixify Dev says,
As 989,072, yeah, lol. I struggle so hard with getting started, and once I'm started, it is still very fragile, very relatable.
Asnan 189,072 says,
It's only for administrative tasks that I just don't see the point in doing. Otherwise, I'm a competent Chad.
Nixifidev says,
I wish it was the same. I have severe executive paralysis. Things just go from exciting and meaningful to meaningless in a split second.
Asnan 189,772 says,
Actually, everyone is. They just don't realize it.
Maybe I am passing some funny shader somewhere in here. A sort of funny matrix.
Nixified, I used to have this. It's mostly because of being self-centered without realizing so in my case. Once I connected my goals with a well-wishing for humanity and duty, I became a Chad.
Yeah, that's a nice trick. It's like auto-hypnosis.
And the awesome part is everyone is a Chad. They just don't realize it. It's an infinitely positive sum game. But administrative tasks still go brr.
Nixifidev says,
I'm glad you figured it out in your case. Everything I work on is of course in part because I enjoy it, but mainly I do it because I want to provide something to others. I get a lot of satisfaction from helping others, way more than doing things for myself.
Oh, that's because I'm using this for coloring.
Asnan 189,772 says,
I hope you figure it out too, because the world will be much better off if you do. And of course, you too.
I think I understand what's going on. I am not rendering to screen. I am rendering to this texture. And the toolbar, the background, they are totally unaffected here.
Nixifidev says,
I appreciate that. Actively trying to figure out what's going on.
Asnin 189,072 says,
Someone last week was using Google Drive to manage source code.
It's not crazy at all.
Me off.
Why? Google Drive is like real-time GitHub without any Git commands.
It's difficult to collaborate without version control, telling us about merge conflicts. They wanted me.
Yeah, I guess a little bit. But I guess if it's hosted like that, it's probably okay if you break the build for a while. Canvas matrix is empty.
Math B2W, how do you have the custom shape on your webcam output?
You mean this kind of border around?
and the gradient at the edges.
I can... Will I be able to show this here? Yeah, yes I will. So... I have two kind of layers. I can switch myself off. So on the bottom layer there is just an AI mask. The AI mask is using some kind of AI model to mask out foreground and separate it from the background. And here there is, I think, filters. Yes, it's background removal. Yeah, no mask, mask. It's a plugin for OBS. And then I have another which is just using shape. So here you cannot see my hand outside. And this one is using image mask blend. This is just a feature of OBS. It can grab a section of, apply another image as a mask to your base video. And together they have this nice effect.
Awesome, thanks.
Yeah, I want to pimp it out some more, because I think if I put some image in between them, I can create a nice effect where there is a frame around my background, but where I am in front of this frame. So this effect of, you know, me coming outside of a picture frame, kind of.
TP Chica says,
Hello?
Hey,
Asnan189,072 says,
Oh, does CP Chica have his own voice? Custom voice.
I mean, it's easy to set up. You go to live.automat.org, and here you can, if you paste this in any of the chats, you can tweak the voice used by this chat. This command is going to kind of allow this browser control the voice of the chat where you paste it.
TP Chica says,
Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, precisely.
Nixifydev says,
That is really cool.
Yeah. And this is all done by this streambot. Yeah. This repository, it contains the code that controls the TTS. It's all Go. Yeah, the stream setup is one thing I don't want to just crash. This is why I'm using... This is basically the safest language I know. It's not going to crash randomly on me.
Asnan189,772 says,
Hello, I am David Attenborough.
Hogan41PT says,
Yo,
Nixify Dev says,
Now the chatter feels obligated to pursue the goal of maximizing the voice.
Good for role-playing. I know there are other TTSs that can actually do emotions, but it would probably be too kind of clunky to specify emotions for every chat entry. It's nice that most of those TTSs, they are open source. You can just get them from GitHub. The one that I'm using is Tortoise TTS. It wasn't updated in a while. There are some newer ones.
Hogan41PT says,
Just hitting a wall or so thought I'd reach out and find people.
as 989. 772 says,
This is representative of me.
Nice.
Hogan41PT says,
Wondering if you know of any places to find a programmer.
Universities, maybe. You know, typically if you have a university, if you want to hire somebody for cheap who's also good, then you can probably post an ad somewhere at a university. There are lots of students who are probably looking for part-time jobs and they probably know programming. This is the case at my university. And on the front door and inside the hall you have a corkboard covered with ads. Companies are advertising them, but also other places.
Dude, I'm so unlucky. I'm doing my master's, and we have no programmers on the course.
TP Chica says,
Wait, what?
Yeah. Students who are looking for not jobs, but some, like, everybody who comes into the building is going to walk by the front door and by the message board.
Hogan41PT says,
I know, right?
TP Chica says,
I have whole Google team behind me when doing masters.
Hogan41PT says,
We have tech designers making all the programming.
TP Chica says,
I'm responsible for less people on job than I was when I was doing masters.
Asnan189 772 says,
Human logistics is an unsolved problem.
TP Chica says,
Asnin 189,072 and 0 dot.
Hogan41FT says,
I feel that in producing on masters for 18 people as a manager, I have 9 staff.
I'm not fully grasping your situation. So you are doing a master's thesis, or are you a mentor or like an advisor for a master thesis, or are you writing your one yourself? Because if you're an advisor for like 18 people, that's a lot. That's a lot.
TP Chica says,
9. I have 6 to... I was advisor for 13 baccalaureates.
Wow.
41 EP says,
Sorry, I'm a games artist. I'm also producer of our master's work.
Oh, so you have like a team-based master's thesis. Interesting. I've never seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, 18 of us working as a studio.
This is really cool. This is really nice.
As 98972 says.
Okay, bye math and chat. I'm going to keep this in the background while I start work.
Hogan41PT says.
But no programmers and IME wanting to release a game on the side.
Yeah, it is a problem. If you cannot just find random, if you just cannot catch students in the hallway and kind of pull them into your room and make them work, sometimes people can be convinced. It's a valid way of forming teams, just grabbing people from the hallway and pulling them in. But if that doesn't work, then I don't know. Yeah, maybe really learning programming is not a big deal. It's like anybody can do it. It's just about, going through the tutorial, really.
Nixifidev says.
Has 989,772. Oh,
Hogan41PTs.
The master's concept is cool. We have an actual client. We work as a studio, and we have a game we're trying to get to vertical slice within the year.
Yeah, this is a problem because vertical slice implies that like 90% of programming has to be done there. Use a game engine. Use a game engine. Some game engines have built-in systems for everything.
Low. Unity.
Unity is fine. Unity is perfect.
Nixifidev says.
this bug is so annoying. I receive packets on the game client just fine through authentication. Once I enter the world, I get 3 proper packets, and then the header of the next one is broken, but the next one is the same as the prior structure-wise, and I verified the first structure. One looks good.
That sounds like memory issue. I mean, overriding some old memory or not clearing the memory. Just if this is C++, it sounds like this kind of. If it's not C++, then it's probably something else. But if it's native code, what you're describing, it just it triggers PTSD. Those bugs are the hardest to debug. You have some kind of data, probably from the previous frame, which somehow is not cleared.
I checked, but couldn't find anything like that. This used to work prior to me replacing the old mutagen system.
Those bugs, they can have all sorts of sources. It could even be a different thread causing this issue, like totally unrelated thread because of some allocations happening close to one another. The other thread could write to your buffer, even if your code is perfectly fine. It's just those bugs, they are the worst. They hurt so much once you finally figure out what was the issue, because it was something so trivial, but not where you would expect it.
Hogan41PT says.
Could you make the first one a function, then call to it in the second?
It's good. No.
Nixify Dev says,
The handling happens in a separate network thread, directly right after reading from the socket. I guess this is just going to be really annoying until I find it.
Oh yeah. If you are mentioning separate thread, yes, yes. Separate threads tend to cause those issues. So maybe check what the other thread is doing when or before the issue happens. It maybe retain a reference to this data somehow, somewhere. And this kind of stuff.
Hogan 41 PT says,
This is why I like blueprints.
Nixify Dev says,
It is just so odd because it used to work. The entire system should be thread safe. But more than that, the network thread owns all its own data. No references are allowed to its memory. I'm thinking it has to originate from the server somehow.
Wireshark, if you want to check if it's like on your client or the server, yeah, Wireshark. This is the ultimate debugging tool. Also for Bluetooth and USB, not only for network. I even use it to inspect my ELF binaries, because Wireshark just happens to have a dissector for ELF files. Okay, the stuff that I'm doing here, it's... What is happening here? Maybe this. I put one here. This should give me UV coordinates, pretty much. I'm dividing this by 100, so let's not. Okay, this is a UV coordinate. We need to log this because I have no idea what's going on. Okay, this is starting to make sense. The surface bounce route is documented. So this basically stores the information of how large the object would be on the root canvas if there was no clipping. Will work. It will. I think I need to go through this UV thingy.
CP Chica says,
You got my casting header into codebase?
No, not yet. But I do intend to add it. Are you adding any new features?
I might move it into bigger personal projects, so repo might move.
Yeah. If I move it in, I will do this probably by a copy. It's small enough that I think git clone is more likely to cause problems in future than deep copy.
Header contents would be the same, only thing is that detail namespace might be chunked out.
I think it's fine. Still going to be single file, right? And like the point of detail is to not look inside, right? This will work. I just need to stare at this code for a couple more hours. Eventually it will come. I don't think like I have enough variables here. Payment matrix is seems like it's necessary, but I don't want to use it because it's wrong. It accounts for zoom. I don't want that. I'll be right back. trying to think of a solution, and maybe I can grab stuff from this frame image info. So this is where our on draw is actually called. This draw cache. This base layer size. Canvas size 2x2. I honestly wonder why this tutu comes from. Where does it come from? Check this image info maybe. The bounds, color info, with height, alpha type. So this is just the width and height of the surface bounce root. Literally the same thing. I know that this is incomplete because when I think about how do I check the coordinates of the top left corner, it's nothing in those variables that will let me get it. It's the full size of the object. And this is, I don't know, size of the texture. Matrix is the only thing. Matrix is old. They are almost the same, but not quite. Not quite. Maybe if I use the new one, it'll be better. try it. Why not? Okay, this actually looks really nice. Oh yeah. Yeah, it looks perfect. Yeah, I knew. I just had to look at the screen. Eventually the answer came. So this coordinate system that I have here is something I can use to draw the quantum world. And this quantum world is not going to have any lag. It's going to be rendered at compositing time. So it's almost good.
Nixify Dev says,
Okay, I fixed it. There were two issues. Firstly, 64s were set to size of 4, a silly copy-paste mistake. Secondly, I had written a super naive way to check if I could just mempy in the entire struct to a buffer which will not work. Basically, I need to properly calculate if the size and alignment of the struct will be perfect. Otherwise, we need to handle each field separately.
Interesting. I actually thought memcopy is the most robust way and doesn't care for alignment. We fix this. Just small problem. tiny problem. Anyway, this quantum effect now, and it's smooth. It doesn't have glitches anymore.
Mempi would work if I wrote the padding included, but I'm not. It might not be worth it compute-wise to do each field compared to the extra slight increase in bandwidth, but that is later.
I see, yeah. Nice. Yeah, I knew it was some kind of memcopy related thingy. When you have some pieces of past data anywhere, then yeah, it's always like that.
Yeah, it is a classic. I got 3 hours of sleep this morning, so it was harder than it had to be to find.
Oh yeah, one issue that can be seen here is that this is now lagging behind the object. The object is lagging behind the cursor when I'm dragging around. Yeah. Let's actually pass local chord to enter quantum.
This task definitely made me appreciate the amount of code we have written. It took way longer to replace than I had imagined. Outside of this issue, it went very well.
Okay, let me see if this still works. There's one thing I want to correct here. Okay, and break in. And I get those nice fragments being drawn. And still scroll around here. Bizarre things are happening to this texture, but it should be fixable. I just need to pass a different matrix, I think. Eye background. Let's call this eye surface. Of course, it's a problem here now. If what? It's eye local to surface, and we are not going to use it. Now we should pass local chord here. Okay, here we now have the extra missing. But that's fine, that's fine. We'll fix this in a sec. This log, I don't need this. I know what's in here. The only thing I need to do is build the right matrix here.
Gonna go cook some food. We'll be lurking, Barbie.
What's happening here? Let's get rid of this, maybe. Oh, I think it's working. Nice. I want to see if this will work. Yeah, this seems to work.
Adam Solman 3613 says,
Zoom link post well.
I need to implement bumming for YouTube. I have to click this manually from the YouTube control panel and it's super slow. Okay, they changed something. I need to sure if everything still works. Oh. Yeah, things still work. Draw bounce. Do I need it? Can I just do this? I can. Okay. Don't need save and restore. I think Skia does this by default for me. I think Skia just saves and restores the canvas state automatically when I draw drawables. Okay, now this will only appear when I zoom in too closely. Okay, that's fine. That's actually what I want to do. It will probably have no effect, but just to be sure, check. Yeah, no effect. I need to do this as image. This is not good. This is not should be drawn. Maybe like that. I need to draw something in the local coordinate space. Maybe like that. And I also need to pass the matrix. I think it's possible. Yeah, this is the last argument. Okay. Is being drawn here. And it's massive, obviously. I zoom in very closely, it's displaying properly. I zoom in out. Many things happen. Oh yeah, there it is. It's our strangely mapped image. No, really. This should work. I'm drawing the same space. Everything with this paint. Nope, it disappears. And also not pass anything here. And fill the whole canvas with paint. Same issue, same issue. draw this properly, I need to figure out where the bottom left corner is in the world space. Where did I have this? I think I need to take the frame, surface dot, frame dot matrix, this one, and invert this. Actually, no, I have this information. This is frame dot surface grounds local dot. Now this scaling factor. Such a cursed problem. It's in the corner. Staying in the corner. Okay, maybe that's good. I don't know. What will happen if I change this to true? Debug rendering. Maybe it will show me the boundaries of textures. What I'm doing now really is just trying to optimize this just a little bit. You know that this frame matrix is necessary. This is the base for everything. Maybe let's start with that. This is this time of day when YouTube stops working. The x coordinate 1 needs x coordinate 0 here. Okay, when this is exactly here. Oh, something is showing up here. I think this matrix is scaling this up. They just invert it. Okay, this is working really nice. I just need to account for the margins. This surface has margins. Maybe I can invert this matrix? Yeah. Somehow this works. I don't know why. Worries me. Understand this part, but this one, I have no idea. Okay, disable debugging. Why is this working? This line is the most bizarre to me. The effect works, but I lost something I wanted to have. And that was the ability to still draw text here, to draw sharp stuff. Or let's see, maybe don't need it. I can still draw a sharp circle here, and I think it's going to be fine. There is no point in resetting the matrix here. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to draw anything sharp.
As 989,070.72 says,
I am now eating bread and almond butter.
Sweet. I should grab some food too. So Zoom is working now. Yay. And pick up those objects, move them around. And actually picking them up is a problematic thing because this will cause a crash. I am zoomed in too deeply. Yeah. And that was kind of the point of the shader.
Damn. Last bug.
Yeah. See which objects have this issue. Yeah. What key has this issue? I think maybe move this, put this in.
Why doesn't the bird have the issue?
Yeah, the bird doesn't draw. There is just one drawing subroutine which is causing the problem. This is drawing the blurred rounded rectangles. Skia has a tiny bug in there which allocates too large texture. Anyway, I think I could, in timeline, add this option to limit the zoom level. Timeline widget, yes, this would be one. So now I pretty much disabled this quantum realm shader or of Automat, except the timeline. Only the object which is actually having these issues now has it enabled. What does it look at the corners? Interesting.
Is it possible to directly go into the quantum realm without the patch? Why?
To some degree, yes. So when you zoom in too closely, when you see this effect, this is not caused by a shader, this is caused by floating point accuracy. So this effect will happen even without the new additions. I have an idea. So this is probably okay if I...
Is it possible to just disable zoom beyond a certain point?
Yes. But I would like to make it possible to crash the system by zooming in too much. I think that's nice. You have to kind of want it. And it's possible to use the zoom differently in the future. Now only those things have a quantum realm effect. Interesting things happen here.
I prefer not to be a career programmer. Many of them don't focus on quality at all. Just want to get the job done, however possible.
Yeah, I think it would be kind of fun. I'm not sure if this is the right way to do it. If you could open the internal object implementation by zooming into an object. You have a timeline, you zoom in, you have this thingy here, and inside you would have the objects that implement the timeline. You zoom out and it starts working again. Zoom in on a button, you would see the code for a button, kind of stuff. This is the way to do it. I was wondering how to do code reuse. Some kind of groups of objects that you would repeat over and over, or things like that. Like especially if you use assembly, it has tons of instructions. It's convenient to just group them into macros.
Nixified says,
Cooking is done. Yay.
Okay, so the stuff that I'm doing seems to... Oh no. No. Yeah, it's not helping really that much.
The fabric of reality is being torn apart.
Yeah, I'm looking at the corners of the screen. When I zoom in and out and see those white edges. The whole day today I was trying to get rid of them. It seems like not so easy. We'll move this from here, put it in the machine here.
Asnan 189, 1772 says,
Underlying that fabric is NPM.
So the effect should work nicer, but we will have crashes now. No white edges anymore. Nice.
Ezekiel X says,
Tell DR, what is going on here?
Hey. A painful session of debugging. So this is a game automation app. You can use it to record macros. And it works by giving you access to a list of parts you can combine together. We'll show the simple example where I can set up F1 as a hotkey. See, when I press F1, it activates a hotkey. And I can hook it up to this macro so that it will move my mouse in a triangle whenever I press F1. I can maybe fix this macro a little bit so that it's faster. I press F1, it moves the mouse in a triangle.
Nixified F says,
I struggle to understand the Twitch ads for Prime. They're being spammed. Feels like ads for the sake of ads. Surely nobody external to Twitch is paying for those lol. Or is it Turbo, one of them?
I've never seen an ad on Twitch. I'm using like all the ad blocks that I have available. This is what we are trying to do today. So the zoom was zoom animation. So there is a problem with this object, this one here. It causes a crash when I zoom in too closely. I can normally zoom in very closely. I mean, now there is this effect, so I can zoom in very far. But if this object is around, it causes a crash. Yep.
As989, 1072 says,
I like watching ads to support Creos, and it also informs my understanding of the world.
Nixified F says.
Like how Twitch Turbo will save you from hands.
This is fixed. This is fixed. Crashing came back. I think I know how to fix crashing.
As 989,072 says.
But I spent many years training my mind against subtle persuasion techniques. Hope it isn't an illusion. Ha ha.
I actually wonder, yeah. Is it possible to be resilient against ads? Never let them go into your subconscious. And I'm not sure.
My confidence in this area will be my Achilles heel, if there's one to die.
I feel like should check the canvas here.
On the micro level, persuasion techniques work. But you know what you want. On the macro level, they simply don't work. Micro and macro in terms of time. Or that is what ad networks have conditioned me to believe, so that I watch their ads.
Actually wonder, I guess the people who did studies on this probably didn't share those studies. You know, all of the marketing companies or like governments that do propaganda on an like industrial scale, they probably do research on this, and it's very unlikely that they ever release it.
Nixified F says.
Self-control is sort of the key, in my opinion. If you can't control your own impulses, then you'll always be vulnerable to others trying to influence your impulses.
Yeah, it's a good muscle to have. Okay, zooming in looks nicely now, almost. And the crashes need to go away.
As 989,072 says.
Nixify, what did you cook? I cooked scrambled eggs and bread this morning. And now I'm snacking on bread with almond butter, a delicacy.
Okay.
Ezekielek says,
I checked out the website. Damn Google needs to have the material design name revoked. 'Cause that's the material design.
Nixifydef says,
I made jasmine rice with a Panang flavored sauce, including broccoli, baby corn, chicken.
Maybe that should be scale.
as 989, 772 says,
Awesome. Jasmine rice is my favorite aromatic rice. I don't have a British accent, though.
Nixifydev says,
It is either jasmine or basmati for me for 99 of dishes.
Okay, we will add a tiny function here that's going to help me stop the rendering.
as 989,772 says,
Well, in J, the child-oriented water negates all the aroma. Or it could just be my area.
Nixifydev says,
Nyan, Chao,
as 989,072 says,
New Jersey, this is how.
Nixifydev says,
Ah, right. I'm from Denmark, not used to all the state names in short form.
as 989,772 says,
Lol, you're good. I'm originally from another country, too.
Actually, I need to use this in timeline.
When you're in America, you start behaving like an American and assume everyone in the world is American.
Use this.
Nixifidev says,
I believe it. Have to write a virtual file system soon for our asset management. That'll be fun.
as 989,072 says,
I really can't believe the Java committee rejected the type inference proposal all those years ago.
There is a little bit of type inference in Java, I think.
Looking at all the autos in C makes me feel good.
Crash.
Not at all corpority.
Yeah, and this type is from the language server. Okay, 1-0 too much. Should work now.
Nixifidev says,
I keep auto strictly for when the type is present elsewhere in the line, or if the type name somehow is 3 pages, thanks, C.
It still crashed.
as 989, 71072 says,
Nixifidev. Why would one need a new VFS for that?
Something is wrong. Should not render anything.
You've convinced me to do C.
What's that?
DP Chica says,
For a moment I was like, wait, C don't have type inference.
As989,072 says.
CP Chica, whack the TTS for me, please.
Yeah. Infinity. Zoom reached infinity. Yeah, you can still go back. There we go.
CP Chica says.
Go has best type inference unless it's interface type.
An object and I start zooming in. It's not crashing. Okay, that's nice. It was this. Start zooming in, it disappears. And then it still crashes. Huh.
As989,072 says.
Why? Implementing interfaces is implicit in Go. It's pretty neat.
Nixifidev says.
It will effectively be used as a way for the server to be able to publish specific sections of the file system to the client. It sort of naturally suits itself as an easy way to do that. It'll also make it simple for us to query that system for specified locations we know must exist, etc. Whereas it is a bit more annoying when accessing the OS file system directly. It also makes it super easy to set up sharing data between different games in the virtual file system.
Neat thing.
Asnin89,7272 says.
Nice.
Says, hello Nihilixon123. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Please use English in chat. CP Chica says.
As 989,772. Implementing. Yes, but going from interface to type sometimes is pain in the backside.
As989,072 says.
That's what a type switch is for.
CP Chica says.
I don't want to have 500 line switch statement just to check effing type.
As989,772 says.
Concrete value. Okay. Interface without a type. You can use type assertions without type switches in Go.
This one, does it crash? No, this one is not crashing. This one is not crashing, I know. This one working fine. This one I know will crash.
I really like this effect. I believe you called it the quantum world when you zoom in.
Yeah. And it's not over. I want to add more stuff, but I need to get rid of the crashes. Okay. More objects which are causing the issue. It's very confusing to me because I cannot render stuff. I can put literally a return here, and somehow it will still crash when I zoom in when those objects are on screen.
As989,1772 says.
In fact, you can club this in a short statement in an if statement, and it's really neat.
Yeah, it's not being rendered, it still crashes the system. I don't know how. Debug build. Yes, I can try a debug build. New session, go.
Next England. Gimzo.
Absolutely no idea. No idea what's happening.
As 989, 772 says.
Go with manual memory management would be GOAT. The garbage collector is a major pain.
True, true. Go with manual memory management would be the ultimate language. We'll basically drop C++ if this happened. I need to give it a second before it launches. This is a debug build. It should be very slow. And this object will disappear because I disabled rendering, but when I zoom in, it should still crash.
Math, will you rewrite Automat if I build that language?
CP Chica says.
Wait, why are ditching Odin train?
Odin is also nice. I haven't looked in detail at Odin.
As
For Odin, the only thing is that
772 says.
I'm a little bit worried that Odin
Clear bindings too. No worries.
that Odin doesn't really have the, like, when you're linking stuff, when you want to have like very fine control over the final binary, like what libraries do you pull in. I feel like those other languages, besides C and C++, they don't really care much about this. So they force you to use some runtime. Go has this. Go forces you to use a runtime, rather heavy runtime. And Go has very strong kind of public-private divide. You're not supposed to look behind the scenes how the Go language works. This is one thing I don't like about it. In C and C++, you're welcome to look inside, right? They are just kind of helpers for you to... They are low level. They still boil down to assembly. In the end, they emit assembly. Okay, this is still recorder thread having issues.
Nixify Dave says.
The level of control you have in C is addicting.
As 989,072 says.
I'm going to write my next web app in assembly.
I'm not sure if this is really feasible. You would have to somehow convert from assembly to WebAssembly. Unless you're thinking about WebAssembly.
CP Chica says.
Go along. Please don't look at my implementation, CC. Here are some tools described by some paper which some pipehead wrote. Good luck. Have fun, I guess.
Nixify Dev says.
You must also write the transpiler in assembly.
As 989,772 says.
Actually, high-level programming isn't for me. Let me do punch cards instead.
I'm removing this silly function. Don't need it anymore.
CP Chica says.
Punch cards are for weak people. Build your own CPU.
As 989,072 says.
I'm gonna build my custom FPGA.
Nixify Dev says.
Can't you make a software CPU from punch cards?
Things should work now again. Should be able to drop this here and zoom in. Yes, and it's not crashing. Oh. Okay, crash issue solved. One more thing I wanted to do was to show a warning. So as you are zooming in, I guess this will be here.
89,072 says.
Awesome. The across warning. Art.
Yeah. It's going to be sweet. I need to figure out where I am applying zoom. Is zoom here? Okay, it looks like it is. Okay, there is this window to canvas, canvas to window.
Do you know how Java's garbage collection compares to that of Go? How come corporations don't complain about it as much?
This is the tick function. I think a lot of the business use cases are not really performance critical. Nobody cares about, a quarter-second lag in some web server.
Nixify Dev says.
Because they're always on the go, he.
Asnin 189,072 says.
Now that's a pun that's fun.
Okay, I need to include the logs here.
CP Chica says.
I don't know what's going on here anymore. I'ma go play chess against my chess engine.
Asnin 189,072 says.
How does package management work in C? Just header files.
For C, there is no universal package manager. The best thing to do is probably to use some kind of Linux, because on Linux you typically have the operating system manages headers. So if you're installing some library, you will get this user include. And for all libraries that I have in user include, there are headers.
Nixify Dev says.
We don't talk about that in C. Installing deps on Linux versus Windows. It's like being in the future. Benedict Docs.
Yeah, On Windows, this is going to be... I don't know how people do this. I think people use some extra package managers for C++ dependencies. You basically need to do all of this yourself. So it's actually quite a bit more work. Okay, canvas matrix is clean.
Try all of the
stable.
integration and build steps in pre-make ourselves. Can confirm it is work.
Yeah. And this is convenient only if you're writing code for yourself, the Linux approach, because if you want to share your program with somebody else, you still need to make sure it has all of the dependencies included. You'll work on a different machine still. See the zoom. It's one. Okay, so I have this zoom value that increases when I zoom in. And I think, yes, I can flip it over to minus not a number. And at this point I'm locked in. So the plan is as follows. As when I am zooming in, when zoom is above some number, I will show some text on screen scrolling sideways, which says warning and the current zoom level. And when zoom level crosses through some threshold, when it crosses to the none, the text is going to get read, basically. That's the plan.
If it goes to nan, we delete a sys32 folder. Should have listened to the warning. But
Time for a font. Something like this, something like this. Let's see. Like this. These are nice fonts. Okay, filter view fonts.
Zephyr Book says,
Hey, everyone!
Hey, Light.
Nixifidev says,
or owned.
It's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for superscript. Or script generator. Thank you. That's what I wanted. This looks like a good font for a warning. Seems to have all of the characters I want. It's also nice. Nourish.
As 989,072 says,
Oh,
Yeah, I'm getting the null shot. Let's read the description. Okay, it needs a license. So no, I don't have that. Let me see what's included here. This is just a terrible license. Not allowed. Up. Okay.
Nixifidev says,
The midlife, where you have to look at every license to no pollute your own codebase, and also make sure you're allowed to use it dead.
Yep. Yep. Exactly. Okay, that was the inner shop. So what's... Shock is honestly the nicest. But there was also this one. Good timing. It's also from typodermic fonts. I think I should blacklist this foundry, because they are... For some reason they are annotating their fonts as free, which they are not.
This looks good, all right. What's the license? GPL again. I'll keep looking.
Asnin 189,772 says,
TP Chica looked into Odin. Good stuff, Dor.
Really cool language. One way to find good stuff online is to look for stuff which was released before 2010, before the web became super commercialized, because then people used to still share stuff for free. Hypodermic fonts. Get lost. I don't want hypodermic fonts. In this, okay, again, it's messed up foundry. I will keep this one open. This is a good alternative. This one is okay. Another typodermic fonts. So annoying. $94 glyphs. I guess this one is super minimal. It's nice characters. Yeah, check this out.
Nixifidev says,
Pepe jam. Please pound.
This one is nice. This is embeddable, and that one would work. I think this one is... Let's look for Roland. Nope. Maybe RBIO. I think this one. And it's tiny. 30 kilobytes. Ooh. Yeah, this is a nice font. And a nice license. It's in the README.
Time for me to head to bed. Have a good rest of your stream, and best of luck with any bugs.
Thanks. Yeah, it should be there now.
Sigmonic just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Okay, font is there. Font is embedded. Now, time to draw stuff with it. This, not this, not this. This here. I should be able to do something with this typeface. I need to pass typeface and then letter size. Let's say 1 centimeter. Okay, so we can draw a piece of text here. So when I'm zooming in, the background is becoming black. So I want to create a sort of tiling pattern. I don't want to draw this text 10 or 50 times, just once. I can tweak the format to reduce the number of characters here. I think G is for scientific notation, or maybe E, I will see. Or maybe F, I don't remember. I just try each of them. One of them will work. Let's try with E. Okay, this looks like scientific notation. We'll make this smaller so that I can see the text. If I zoom too closely, then we get zoom minus none. And I cannot unzoom. Ah. Cool. I remember Skia had some fiddles. Showed how to do this repeating pattern. Maybe with shaders. Tile sounds like exactly what we want. Image filter. Okay, this is just text. So this is called color filter versus color filter, image filter. Checkerboard. How do you do checkerboard in Skia? So this should just draw the text, but we need something else. Comment this out. So this will just draw text at the bottom. Now in this warning paint, I can actually compose image filters so that it will actually not draw this text once, but it will instantiate a lot of it. Let's, for instance, rotate it by 45 degrees. Default sampling options, what do they do? Let's do this instead. Ooh. I guess I will use custom shader. Magnifier. I think I kind of have to use custom shader. Because I want the text to scroll in two opposite directions. The style is nice. Use that. It'll be white. Yeah, I need a custom shader. Slate, but yeah, let's see. Maybe we can still do it today. Boring stuff. Don't need any hashes, none of this. Don't need pi, tau. Okay, I'll be right back. And so when this shader is drawing stuff on screen, coordinate spaces again. How does this work? Creating a simple texture is so much work. Huh.
Asnan 189, 772 says,
Marv, do you compare yourself to others?
I try not to, but it's something natural. Do I have height? Okay, there is this letter height.
What areas do you compare yourself in? Cognitive ability, finances, or something else?
The spot on Hacker News. I don't know. I try not to think about this too much. I don't think it's healthy. Especially when I used to work at a company, like, thinking about how much others make versus I make, it was always a source of anguish. And it's not a good thing. So it says that this text is 19 pixels high. That's very, very little. Maybe that's true.
Shouldn't the text be centered?
The plan is to have it like that, but repeated diagonally in multiple lines, and to animate those lines, that they should kind of move like a banner. They will scroll. This warning will actually appear only when we are in this green space. So it will not be visible here. It will only appear like when the screen goes dark. And it shows you how close you are to reaching the not a number. I zoom in too much. Still fine. Then yeah, we get infinity. I need to pass this image info here. Okay, is this going to work? It says that it creates a canvas and associates it with a surface and associates it with SK canvas. I will fill this with green color. And then I will try to draw this surface on top of the canvas. So if I can get a green rectangle, then it's amazing, because it's like the basically optimal way to draw, okay, a texture. Is wrong here. Let's remove this part first. Okay, this drawing is failing. See if the text surface is produced or not. Maybe it's not. Yeah, it's a null pointer. Okay, still not possible. Maybe this is empty. Yes, it's very likely empty. Maybe instead of working with surfaces, I could work with something more abstract, like an image. Okay, promise texture from needs a recorder. This sounds exactly like what we need. This is even better. Deferred from escape picture. Think this canvas should be angular. Okay, this point here. So this is starting at 0, 0 and drawing the text rectangle and rotated by 45 degrees, probably around 0.00. Comment this out for a moment. I just want to see if the rectangle has the right size. It should be a rectangle, right? Yeah, I think it is a rectangle. It's slightly tilted, so yeah, it's negative 13, that's fine. Perfect. Now I need to actually locate this texture size texture. So picture recorder, yep. Begin recording. Still work fine. Yeah, say y is negative. So what's causing the scaling? Okay, this is our supposedly text drawn on canvas. It could also possible. Oh. Okay, so I have this text picture. Ooh, I can convert this into a shader. It's nice. And I play it back. Okay, it's definitely green. I guess I'm playing back everything. So yeah, I could probably do text canvas, clip rect. Text rect. Hmm. Oh yeah, I need to apply clip before the matrix. Maybe concat will work better. The same. Being drawn slightly too far down. I definitely like that I can record a picture and not care about surfaces. Something's wrong with the height of this text. I use the old approach, which uses save layer. Save layer is actually, it seems like it's less work. It's actually doing more work. And it has artifacts. The text rendering is not super clean. So this text rect should basically contain the text. Texture size looks good. So maybe do first this. Just want to see anything. Draw anything? Okay, I can draw a circle. It's being drawn here. It's like this works. See, wait a moment, this text is drawn properly now. Ah. Do I need this reset matrix? No, I don't. Oh, this is a sharp text, finally. Feels like this scale is not necessary. Don't need times 2. Okay, flipping seems to mess it up. Wonderful. It's a tileable shader. And then we need filter mode. Oh, be right back. Okay. We'll be ending the stream. But maybe I can squeeze in a little bit more. This shader, I think it's nearest. It's almost working. Some matrix and tail rec. It's nice. If null, the tile rect is considered equal to the picture bounds. Great. I'm not sure if anything will show up, but it would be nice if we had a nice tiling texture at this point. We do. Check this out. Nice. When I zoom in too closely, it's still going to be sharp, I hope. We need to use the actual zoom. And here, I will actually measure a fake text. That's right. No. Right, E plus 8. So that the texture doesn't change the size. The text width will use the fixed width. I actually wonder, it's possible to pass local matrix? Optional matrix used when sampling. Maybe I could do this, like remove the rotation and everything. It will be just a horizontal piece of text with a warning. I need to fill the whole screen. And we will pass this matrix here. Okay, I can rotate it during sampling. It's nice. think I may not need a custom shader here even. I think here I could pass this. It shouldn't change anything, right? It's the same.
Bottom 5204 says,
Deal, Dark.
I have no idea what that means. I should be able to pass. I think if we use this, if we can do the spacing like that, yes we can. Then I can add animation here. Okay, text matrix is doing nothing. It's not non-existent. Can remove it. Turns out this is a really cheap effect to achieve. Oops, I broke it. I broke it. Oh no. Okay, let's bring it back. Okay, it's back. I think this is what's necessary. Yep. Scale is not used anywhere. Let's remove this set matrix. Okay, still working. Simplifying. At this point, I'm just simplifying the code as much as I can. Because in a second, maybe more than a second, I am going to add animation. It's commented out code is necessary. This is old approach for drawing the text. Playback, we don't need it. Save and restore. Goodbye. I do something with this shader, or is it just a shader? Do as image. Make with local matrix. This is what we want. So I can easily animate this rotation here, but I think it's nicer. Something like this. Oh. Let's do it like that. Okay, so this is it's one part of the animation. Multiply this probably by text width. It's fairly blurry. It'll be 10 seconds. Something is wrong here. There's no multiplication here. Yeah, this function is wrong. It's just wrong. Ooh. Anyway, I guess we can do this on the next stream, but we are kind of try this by 10 like that. Yeah. Yeah, we will figure this out. So we'll actually have 2 layers of this text, and yeah, I think we can offset them nicely so that they will move in the opposite directions. I don't like that they form columns. Maybe you can also offset them along another axis. Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, this is it for today. See ya on Wednesday. Bye bye.